hello, hello! Today we're playing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. Not all of them, we're just doing the first one for now. I don't know anything about this game. I love Ace Attorney. I played the entire trilogy, and you saw I've been playing the, what is it, Edgeworth Investigations on stream, and, you know, I have, Speaking of Edgeworth, I had so many things to say, and now I'm stumbling over all of them at the same time. Speaking of Edgeworth, we'll get back to that one at some point, I promise. I think there's only one case left in the, in Edgeworth Investigations, and then we can move on to the second Edgeworth Investigations game, which I hear is a lot better than the first one, so I'm excited about that. But I wanted to play a different game, and the reason why I chose Ace Attorney Chronicles is because if I'm correct about this, it takes place in the past before the events of Phoenix Wright, Apollo, and Edgeworth. So I thought it'd be good because there's nothing that I need to know about any other Ace Attorney game going into this to be able to have a good time with it, which is good. Why did my tuber just freeze? So yeah, we're gonna be playing Ace Attorney Chronicle. I know nothing about this game, despite the fact that the prosecutor, is like a sluttier Edgeworth. Visuals, I mean, I don't know anything about the character, but just, like, gray hair, his desk slam is his fucking leg. I can do that, look at that. Kind of. I can kind of do that, oh, wait, how do I get my leg up? Slam. There we go, I did it. Yeah. Let's get into it. Oh, also, one more thing. For everybody that joins my Monday streams, I'm letting you know right now that this is the final Monday stream. I made a YouTube community post about this, but this is gonna be the last stream that I do on a Monday. My Monday streams are being moved to Tuesdays, because of my college scheduling getting in the way of being able to do it on Mondays. So yeah, let's get into it. Oh shit, we got anime here. I'm removing Mondays, that's correct.
Empire of Japan. After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation.
Garfield will be pleased, that's right. He hates those things.
Making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
I was not expecting whole-ass anime opening. Oh shit, I hope he's not dead. Is that me?
Man, the turbulence of that era was just
Gun.
the beginning of an extraordinary story.
I think that's me. I think that's the main character. Oh, this is cool. This is cool. I like this. I did a murder! I killed some... It's been seconds. I'm already fucking everything up. Okay. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. Actually, I think I'm gonna make my guy a little bit smaller. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Just to be a little bit smaller. Ramble, why are you so big? You're being smaller too. Get in the corner. We gotta make room for all the text. How can it be that just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber is the highest court in Japan, waiting to decide my fate? Oh yeah, the models in this are 3D, the bailiff. What? Oh, no, nothing. Savior glares, murderer! Hey, innocent but before proven guilty, I think. I don't know how that works in Japan, But I'm American, and therefore I will impose my own, my own cultural beliefs, onto this Japanese game, because that's what we do, and it's innocent before proven guilty, Sorry. I'm not sure if that's apologizing for the glaring, the murder, or my American beliefs. My name is Ryonsuke Naruhodo. I definitely said that wrong. Ryunosuke. I'm looking that up. I'm looking up how to pronounce that. Interesting. They gave, for the, Phoenix Wright trilogy, they Englishified the names, but these are just Japanese, Let's see.
Naruhodo Ryunosuke.
I'm not sure I trust that one. Whatever. Whatever. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. Oh god, they're all Japanese. I'm playing this game in America. They should be American names. I'm kidding. That's a joke. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the why is my bit objection? Yeah. Why is my bit that I'm doing for this being an asshole American? Why is that the bit that I'm going for? Awful bit. Worst bit I've ever done, honestly. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. Who is this? Oh, where's that wind coming from? This is a closed room. There's no windows in here. There's no AC vent. Where's that wind coming from? He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. That's where the wind's coming from. It's coming from his lawyer powers. Lawyer? Yes, and until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. Innocent before proven guilty. That's what I said before. Someone off... Yeah, they are! Someone off camera waving them around. Yeah, they do go off camera. There's no way to prove that there isn't somebody just grabbing at the ends of his fucking... What's the headband? That's not the word I'm looking for. Bandana. That's not it either. What word am I thinking of? I don't know. His fabric thing around his forehead. No, there's no way to prove there's not someone on the other side of the, Can I talk? I'd like to talk. Off camera. There's no way to prove that there isn't someone off camera just grabbing them and... No, this bit's a train wreck. I'm moving on. I can't talk. This is what happens when I don't take a nap before stream. I just can't say words. No one has the right to treat him as a criminal, so you will hold your tongue. Technicalities, look at you. You haven't even graduated yet. Oh my god, he hasn't even graduated yet. Is this like my fucking classmate? And yet I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Right, Ryunsuke? I really need to figure out why am I... Hello? The problem with the tuber is just gonna be a thing that's gonna be happening this whole stream, isn't it? Ryunosuke? I think that's how you pronounce it. Oh, yes, of course. Sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspaper these past few days, because I murdered someone. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. Oh, so I killed my teacher. But obviously, you didn't actually do it, did you? I did. I 100% did. I meant to do it and all. Of course not. You have to believe me. That's the story we're going with. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. And there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up. Hold your head high. Okay, no, he's in the middle of the screen now. There's nobody here. Maybe it's the ghost of the professor I killed waving them around. That might be it. It's the ghost of the professor I killed. Hold your head up high. You mean? I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. And you're a fool to think that. Kazuma Asugi, my best friend, also in his second year of Yume University. You fool, it's a guy with those puppet cross thingies. I know what you're talking about. You're right, it's gotta be. They're in the goddamn ceiling! They're in the goddamn ceiling! But he's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. So is this guy gonna die in the second case? Are we gonna have a Mia situation with this guy? He's far more clever than I. A star student, in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive considering he's still an undergraduate. It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old. Here in Japan, anyways. Exposition. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago, but I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations, Kazuma! It looks like you're gonna get to study abroad at last. Oh, he's going abroad. He's not dying. Unless he is gonna die. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. Or is it more than a friend? There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. And his headband thingy. Wait, what the hell? There's something I've just noticed that's really weird and I don't know why it's happening. My mouse is showing up in a different place in OBS for some reason. Because right now, I have my mouse on Kazuma's nose, but in OBS it's showing to be right under his thingy. That's really weird. It's really weird. I don't know why it's— hold on, 1 second. I'm just gonna fix that real quick. I think I know the reason why. I think I know why. I just have to do a new game capture. Cause I decided to just reuse the one that I was using for the Edgeworth streams, cause I didn't delete it. And I had to, like, refit it for some reason, and I wasn't sure why, and I think the reason is probably because of, I don't know. We'll try that. Move this down. Wait, why is— okay, wait, what? 1 second. This is really weird. I could just keep using the same one. It's not really a problem. It's just I have to guess where I need to put my mouse if I want to circle anything. How do I rename this fucking... OBS changed shit and I don't like it. There. Yeah. Oh, I'll fix that later. Yeah. Oh. Why? Refit. Okay, this is just a problem with the game. This is just a problem with the game. Okay, what was that saying? I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. That's just a problem with the game. I don't know what that problem is. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. No, he's going to Britain. Oh, Kazuma, you're never gonna make it out alive. Oh, you poor thing. Do you really have to go to Britain? Do you really have to go to Britain for that? Oh no, I just met you and now you're going off to die! In Britain, of all places. God, okay. Come with me! No, I'm good. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. No thank you, I'm fine. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I see you later. I think I'll stay up and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow, then, partner. Oh my god, they're gay! Yippee! No, he's gonna die! No, he's going to Britain. I just met my gay lover and he's already going off to the horrible place that is England. God. I shouldn't have procrastinated fixing my keybinds. This would be a great place to have tears, but I can't because that keybind is broken for some reason. I'll fix it after the stream. Alright, goodbye, my gay lover. You're going to London, I'm gonna murder someone. God. It's just like Hayloft. It was straight after that. That's what it... It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Who are these people? Professor! Oh my god, this guy's supposed to be dead! I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at a university before. Well, you did murder him, so I guess you'd see him. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. And whoever you are... Hey, dude, how's it going? Did I murder your brother or something? Or did I murder your gay lover? I don't know. This case has significance to you, so I'm just trying to figure out what that significance is. Ugh, this is awkward. If I may... Yes, sorry? You must be the defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right. My name is Yujin Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikotoba. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma studying abroad. Asuke told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. Aww. That's it? Are we sure? As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Know what? Best friends. That's what the historians are gonna say about them, Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asoge has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. I know, it's awful. However, if he should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked, and never granted again. Well, it really sucks that I did it then. Really sucks that I'm guilty as hell. What? As I suspected, you were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered? But I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? Are we really asking that question? The administrator has chosen from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favorable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I did it! I swear! I swear I did it! I am a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, he's going to have to defend you anyway and get you off the hook, even though you surely did it. Proving that your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? You just need to sit in the defendant's chair and look pretty. You got it, man. I can do that. Well, naturally, I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. I'm going to murder the judge! If one murder got me into this situation, then another murder could surely fix it, right? Right, so... As soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I thought this was a trial. I didn't realize that this was my wedding. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. It would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asugi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He doesn't believe in me. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyways. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over. I know what I need to do. I need to get convicted of murder to make sure that he can never go to Britain. And what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder, but that's just what we need to happen to make sure that he doesn't go to that horrible place. That's just what needs to happen. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence! The trial that would decide my destiny! Yeah! Guilty of murder! The 22nd of November, 9 a.m., Supreme Court of Judicature Courtroom 2. Oh, I'm on some serious cocaine. Look at my pupils are moving so fast. Oh, I'm not gonna pass the drug test. So this is a courtroom. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Yeah, why are they all part of the fucking military? No, they are all part of the military! That was a joke. But I was right. I'm psychic! Maybe I can get this trial after all. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. Powers that have been demanded that this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time, but for now... You need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Bang! Terrified. Oh hey, it's Winston Payne, huh? Or Winstonius Painius. The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Ouchie. His name is Ouchie. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Look at that beard! Yeah, it's great. Look at that. Normal procedure for the defense's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? I do! I do! Who's going to defend me? Well, that's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? I do! Oh shit, my mic! No, it's fine. It's fine. It's okay. It's okay. What the hell okay. He's just stuttering a little bit. When I said I do, I like shot my arms up into the air, and then my headphone cord got caught on my arm, and then it hit my mic. But it was fine, nothing broke. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who— Yes! That's not what I was supposed to say. I was supposed to say I do, not yes. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that, that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You fool! You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Darling, don't do this to yourself! Professor Mikitoba told me everything just now, before the trial. There's a strong breeze in that room. There isn't! There's no windows! Cat Bob! There's no windows in this room! There's no air conditioning! That defies the laws of physics! There's a person! They're in the ceiling! And they're puppeteering the fucking headband he has around his head. They're puppeteering the little things to make them look like they're blowing in the wind for dramatic effect. It's the fucker in the ceiling that's doing that. There's no wind in here. Professor Mikitola told me everything just now, before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. No, it's because I did it, Kazuma! You can't defend me! I did it! I did the murder in cold blood, on purpose! It was all me! It's not that I don't have faith in you, it's just that I don't want you to lie on my behalf, because you're my gay lover, I think. Best friend, whatever. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that, really. It's just that I did the murder. Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes, I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikitoba shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really? Objection! Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows that the defendant's innocence is so apparent, he's confident he can speak for himself. Look at that face, look at that face right there. That is the face of confidence. That is the face of someone who is confident. Is that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. I'm not confident at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realize you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. This guy has a sword. Do you see that? This guy has a sword. Why does he have a sword? He's gonna stab the prosecution. I knew I could count on you, Kazuma. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated a most heinous crime indeed. You don't know what my crime is? As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So let's start with the very simplest of questions. Yes. kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. It's a professor, is the professor, well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I could care to remember, but, wait. I'm so nervous, I can't even remember that, what was it again? Ryunosuke. Let me guess, your mind's gone blank? You know me so well, God, my boyfriend knows me so well, All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record, but I can't even find that, It's simple, you can access the court record with a press of E, Wow, he even knows that we're in a video game, that's crazy, If you ever find that you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. Just have to press E for the court record. Alright, there's no time to lose. This is the list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people instead with E. You'll find the details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press Z to go back. Sting. Takatsuchi Aochi, the lead prosecutor in this case, who had appeared to have little love for the changes of the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yume University from the British Empire. Look, he looks so kind. He's one of the good British people. Look at that. Look at that kind face. And his name was John. H. What does the H stand for? Look at that. Everybody in this case is so old. Except him. Except my boyfriend. He's young. Press Z to go back. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record. I already did, babe. I already did,
Yes!
Yes! The victim's name was, Dr. H. Wilson. Dr. John H. Wilson! His name was John! Shit! I fucked it up! His name is John! Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England, invited to Yume University 3 years ago. Lie high, John. Indeed, which is the reason why this case has such a profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. It can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. Fee, fi, fo, fum. I smell the blood of an Englishman. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honor? Well, he didn't do it. Don't bring him into this. Oh, I guess I didn't do it either. That's the story we're going with. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court, therefore, wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. God, he's so cool. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. God, God, those Englishmen, ruining everything. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. He was so English, it was his first language. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. It sounds like it makes a little bit of a difference. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. The British Empire. Wow, it's incredible to think, Wait, There's John! Oh man, I sure hope nothing bad happens to him. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still, I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table, and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, your excellency. How did this professor of medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? Well, it looked like a gunshot wound. State before the court, the cause of death. The cause of death. Well, obviously that was, a gunshot to the chest. It was a gunshot to the chest. Was it spaced for examine? Interesting. So the autopsy report looks different here. You weren't able to examine it in the mainline games. Or in the trilogy, at least. I don't know about the Apollo games. Interesting. Look, we get his whole nationality and his gender, male, British, time of death, 19th of November, shortly after 2 p.m. Cause of death, single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Interesting. Ryunosuke, remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Present! Yeah, I'll do it! Yes! Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right, the post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. Oh, it's not an autopsy report, that's why it's different. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is so-called a photographic print of the scene of the crime. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a gunshot wound in the chest. We've got a bottle of wine, fork, his meal that he didn't finish. It's so sad. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. So, the gun was fired from close by then. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. I just said that, ouchie. Thank you, counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. Look at all this modern technology. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So, without further ado, in order to better Apprise the court with the facts of the case. The prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. God, a guy that watched me shoot the guy. He was standing 3 feet away when he saw me take the gun that I had planned in my pocket and put right next to the victim's chest and shot him with. He was right there. God damn it. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikatoba? Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me. But that doesn't mean, well, I can still act as your assistant, of course, When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Ah! Loopholes! He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control of the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Yeah, what the hell is up with your headband, man? That's the biggest mystery of today's trial. It's what the hell's up with the dude's headband. Oh, hello, sir. Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnivale. Oh, he's got the tuberculosis. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. Well, it really, really should, As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago, It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests, This grim crime occurred on one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery 3 days ago. Understood, Hosonaga-san. You will kindly tell the court everything you can about the incident. At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Okay, but that's kind of my job here, though. Perspiring, maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question, that's true. We have a few dinners at that time of day. The lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it, too. There's hardly anyone else in the place. It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. Bang! Oh, good, he didn't watch me commit the crime. That's good, that's very good. Maybe I will be getting away with this. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried out to the dining area to see what happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student. Yes, that's true, you're right. Hold on, let me just clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun that I found lying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him. Good. That's good. That's a good lie. Objection! I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's report of what he saw, you amateur! But the next time you interrupt at an appropriate time, you will be penalized, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back, For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness, Ugh. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? It said there was 3 tables. One was me, one of the Englishmen, and I'm assuming the third one was the actual murderer. No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. That contradicts what you said before about there being 3 tables. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table. His name is Naruhodo? Yeah, that guy's name is Naruhodo. Does that mean anything to you? Because it doesn't mean anything to me. What's the matter, Inosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, a woman! There was a woman sitting opposite of him at his table. Really? That's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? Objection!
Yes!
Yes! Sorry, not it. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table. Objection! Dear me, what are we gonna do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? No, I'm not. Of course yeah, no, I'm not. I'm a student. Yeah. No, Hodo means icy. God, Ace Attorney with their name, with their silly names. This guy's name is Ouchie. We've got Ouchie and Icy. He's gonna be saying Ouchie by the time I'm done with him. Because I'm gonna murder him. I'm gonna stab him right in the court. With, fuck, what was my boyfriend's name? I'm sure of what I saw. Kazuma! I'm gonna stab him with Kazuma's fucking... his sword! I'm gonna stab him. I'm gonna stab Ouchie with the sword right in front of all these military men. Right in front of Mr. Icy. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy? No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone, Oh, it's a setup, He and the lady, they're working together. I don't believe it, I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please have a look if you'd like to. Okay. So that's where he died. The woman would have been right here. And assuming, based on the flashback, I probably would have been at one of these 2 tables. Let me see. A sketch of the establishment layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I'm afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. Let's flip that fucker over! However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. This is not going to be second case, flip the receipt over situation. I'm flipping this fucker over now! He was seated alone. This is not evidence! This is not evidence! Oh, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. This is shit evidence, Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence, gimme. Oh, well... Oh, he doesn't like that, Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected up until now. Gimme! Gimme! Gimme, gimme, gimme! No, it's not here yet. No, this is just gonna keep going on. His name should be I Cough. The head waiter's business card, a sketch at the restaurant's laters on the back. Gimme, 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 gimme. I'm pressing E. God, I can't do anything yet. So, the court has now heard a precis of the case. I cannot talk. I spent too much time coughing. Yes, at the moment, the gunshot was heard in the restaurant. Gimme, 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 gimme. No, I don't need the magnifying. Look at that. Woo. I can zoom in. I don't need the magnifying glass. I want to see the other side. Let me see the other side. Shit. Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today, except that's bullshit, It's bullshit. I would say we are looking at a black and white case here. I've already decided my guilt, I haven't even had a time to cross-examine. Defendant Naruhodo, yes, Your Excellency. If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in the terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defense, if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial, the prosecution has decisive evidence from the sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. Okay, I see what's going on. So, 3 tables. The waiter said that there were 3 tables. One of them was me, one of them was the Englishman, the third one we don't know. But according to my account, there was a third person at Ryunosuke's table, and this guy's saying that they have a decisive witness. So what I'm assuming is what's happening here is that that third table is the woman that John was sitting with, and we're just saying they're just saying that she was at another table to make it so that she doesn't look guilty. That's what I'm assuming is happening here. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm gonna be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Because I did it. I did it, Kazuma! Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You've said it, Professor Mikotoba said it, and so has the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this, As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you, because you're my partner. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you gonna give up on yourself? Yes. The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. With an S, so my theory is dead. We'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Alchi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil when I want to be. Ugh. In a few short moments from now, that drum-stuck young mouth of yours will be silenced forever! Oh, that was cool. I liked that. The way that his expression changed when he flicked his fan. That was cool. I liked that. The prosecution calls its next witnesses. He's saying witnesses. You're calling 2 at a time? 2 or more at a time? Very well, officer. Bring forth the witnesses at once. There's multiple. There's multiple? There's multiple. This looks like there's multiple! What the hell? Is that him? Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Ayasunosa. Reporting for duty, sir. Ayasunosa. Reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the effluence of our nation Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasutai, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Korakuda, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. So that's the 3rd table. That's the 3rd table. They must be the diner at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea of the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon. And not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. It's almost like he's speaking Japanese. He's an antique dealer. It sounds like he's a regular at La Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to him. He obviously targets La Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident, is that correct? Affirmative! The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war, sir! It was that black-uniformed rogue infantryman over there who unloaded his firearms, sir! This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. Did you? I didn't hear that. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. A double witness. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes, Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that that incident occurred. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Standing by, ready to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most, acerbic afternoon. Look at the way that man is shaking. Look at his earlobes. They're jittering so much. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beef steak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel. I was on my hands and knees investigating its whereabouts of my mysteriously abscond precious curio. What? Well, so you, Sergeant Nosa, actually witnessed the vital moment, You saw the split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim, Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! That wicked university cadet, sir! The cruel and unforgivable enemy! This guy has a knife! The guy has a knife! Did you see that? That guy has a fucking knife! The guy has a knife! Was that- I heard a noise. I also- KNIFE! It sounded like a baby. What was that? It went like a- Like a- What was that sound? You have a baby in your back pocket, sir. What times we live in when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous! I didn't shoot anyone! Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Oh god, even Kazuma's doubting me! It is true, it is. Yeah, it's true. Yes! All I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor! After I said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. And then when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Okay. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it, so I bent down, and just as I was picking it up, I see, okay, Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in those two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who that criminal was, There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses, Cross-examine, Do it now, As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of these witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. I do like his little fan thing. I like his little fan expression thing. I like that. It's time to bring this despicable student to justice! Certainly. The testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. Yes! The name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst. I mean, the defense demands its right to cross-examination. Dear me. Let me guess, the Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it? How pathetic, Yeah, that's exactly what happened, The prosecution objects, This is a clear waste of time, The defendant obviously has no experience, How could he possibly carry out a cross-examination? Objection, The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination, Whether or not you think he's capable of it, is irrelevant, God, he's so cool, Kazuma's so commanding! Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination, Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements, How? You didn't fire the gun, which means that what the soldier said has to be a lie, Well, yes, but it's just a case of proving it, and the key to doing that is evidence, Right, evidence, All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying, Now let's go, Ryunosuke! Don't let them beat you! That was silly. slam the table. He's not really sure about it, so he has to, like, look, make sure he's... Yeah, no, I'm fine. I'm fine. He's so real. Alright then. It's all or nothing. I really liked that little animation. I like the animations in this. Cross-examination. Here we go. What the witnesses saw. Okay. What was this curio? I have no idea what you're talking about. That's not the question we were supposed to be asking here. A Kobin, boy. A Kobin? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoi period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent cognizant appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Kobin coin, to Sergeant Nosa, whom you met at the restaurant, Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope for purchasing a precious Kobin, isn't that so? No. Well... You little upstart cadet! You wanna add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant subordination! No, I didn't say anything, although penniless might be just the word I was looking for. In any case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained a precious few present with whom I could engage in discourse about the matters of business. A gentleman aside me, who you were grappling with, his braised veil at the time was my sole prospect. Who is grappling with his braised veil at the time was my sole prospect. I see, I got an achievement for that, Prime Presser. I see, At the precise moment a firearm was discharged, I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. Okay, definitely pressing that, Come on, where's my objection? Do I not get an objection until I become a real boy? A real lawyer boy? So you're saying that you actually saw me at that time, Affirmative, I saw you! Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun at the English civilian? But that's impossible! I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me, that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table, And so, what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't, in fact, see the precise moment, when the killer actually fired the gun, Ah! And double lag! My sixth sense, Sorry? My sixth sense of danger! I picked up the waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind! Which means... A split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet! Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I'd gotten where I am today in the army if I couldn't set danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem that this soldier is absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Black uniform varsity cadet fired on the English civilian. And from the back, From the back, you say, From the back, you say, From the back, you say. Yes. From the back, you say! Look at that guy sweating, What are you playing at, Cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my mustache? Inconsistency, sir! I mean, yes, there is a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense, What could this print possibly tell us what we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't come out of my mouth. I think this proves beyond any doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in the Grand Courtroom. This is so frustrating, Come on, my cool boyfriend. Oh, please, Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain, Wow, look at the cool little pose he's doing. 2 fingers on the forehead. Think about it, you fucker. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. And he's covering for me! Oh my god, my boyfriend is so cool. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Oh, what? Sergeant, I see a noise. Ayasanoza. There's a pun here. Ayasanoza. Sergeant Ayasanoza. Yes, sir. What, sir? The statement you just made was this, The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, the cowardly little weasel, Yes, sir! Affirmative, sir! I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir! Yes, you did, But no, that just can't be, And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print, The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest, Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind, And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it, What? He doesn't have a baby! Oh my god! He has a baby! That's what he's got a swaddle on his back! He's got a baby! I was making a joke before when I said that. Oh my god, that's so cute! Oh, Aga, well, what was that? Something just popped up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. He has a baby! Certainly, there's a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant Nosa? I like Sergeant Nosa a lot more. Look, he's a father! Look at this father right here! Yes, sir. At this juncture, that would appear to be indisputable. Until the look at the baby! Look at the baby! Oh my goodness! Look at his happy little baby! Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixated on the delicious La Carnival steak, sir. What?! The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Ayasanoza, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. That's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. My boyfriend is so cool. Yeah! There's been a complete turnabout in the mood of this trial, just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. Ace Attorney, that's the name of the game. Oh no! Your baby! He's got a runny nose! Go on, fix that. But I definitely saw him, No, your baby! He's crying! No! That university cadet there, he was pointing the firearm directly at the victim's back. Look, he's supporting his baby with his other hand.
Yes!
Yeah, I did do that, but I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Too busy on the floor? Sorry, what were you doing? Hunting for treasure. X marks the spot. Treasure? Oh. Indeed! The Hoi-era Koban! My prized coin! On each occasion when I visit that restaurant, it is my habitude to place in my bosom pocket a particular trinket of interest from my shop, recite, and the hope of meeting a rich diner who might like to buy it from you. On the day under scrutiny, it was to the military man that I proffered my Hoi treasure. Believe that he would purchase such a rare find. I did not, but I was presented with little alternative. And then, after averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hunting around under the table I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. Bang! You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did! But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hawaii treasure. Nothing could distract me! Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? That's a no. No. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoi Koban was lost to me. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prized coin for himself. Not naming any names here. I'm not naming any names, but I believe it is the gentleman next to me. Oh my god, it must have been the kid. It must have been the kid. Ah, baby's first crime. Baby's first crime. Ah. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on the trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Ouchie? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Who let all these animals out of the zoo? My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon learning their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could possibly have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear?
As clear as crystal glass, Your Excellency.
Yes, sir. At once, sir. Awaiting signal to testify, sir. Excuse me, but there's something, or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, surname Aido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Oh, he can joke too! He can make puns! God, my boyfriend's the best. Aido, tension! Your father is about to quell the enemy! Watch and learn, my boy. Look, he's such a good father. Oh my god. Look. This is so cute. Oh, it's a fat baby too. Aww. Witness testimony. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing.
Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black, that much I myself did see.
Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present.
Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself.
Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman. Over and out. Yes. Wait, that's nonsense. I didn't even hear what he said. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Yes. That's nonsense. The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her.
Objection! Objection! If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. Ugh. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of his incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this photograph a print of the scene of the crime, Counsel? Okay. We have... Yeah, there's nobody else there. We got flowers. We have a bottle, one glass. Yeah, I see what they're getting at. Indeed, of the table of which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based off the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. Ugh, this doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. Bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. Okay. Wait, why would he need a bottle if it was only his glass that he needed to fill? Wouldn't they just pour it in his glass if he was alone? I don't understand. What's going on here? I guess it doesn't make sense. It's just not possible that nobody else saw that woman, The waiter before said the same thing, He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well, but that's not true. I saw her. I swear that I saw a woman with him, It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on that Treaty of Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Achi, will have contributed to the amity of these great two empires is an honor. These two great empires is an honor. He's doing the Phoenix right pose. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule.
Stand tall, Ryunosuke. It's not over yet. God, my boyfriend is so cool. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now it's your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth, in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witness, but make it quick. Understood?
Tis rules can be so unbending at times.
Ugh. Okay. Here we go. True culprit. Okay. Pointing the gun at him. I'm gonna press that. Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time, but I've told you already, that's only because I picked it up off the floor.
Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away.
I had just finished drinking my coffee, and I was about to leave the restaurant when, I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up, and at exactly that moment, bang, a gunshot rang in my ears,
Full of events beyond our control, life is.
Sorry? What do you mean,
In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament, whereas conversely, I failed to pick up the Copen from the floor, and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result,
So you needed to pick up your thing, and I needed to keep my hands off,
Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you, with pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner, not pointing it though,
Furthermore, visual search of the premise at the time confirmed we were the only personnel present, that would probably just... Pressing that would probably just result in being like, no, but there was another person! Well, I didn't see anyone, I'll probably press this later, though.
Indeed, alone he was the Englishman dining all by himself,
Therefore, no one other than the black uniform cadet could have dispatched English over and out, No, I want to go back. Is that a child on his back? It is a child on his back! He's got a baby! It's so cute. He's such a good father. He has, like, a pinwheel to keep his child entertained, too. It's really cute. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Ooh. Oh no, Ryunosuke doesn't know what to do. I'm cooked, man. If my cool boyfriend who always knows what to do doesn't know what to do, then how the hell am I supposed to do anything? God, he's so cool. What's the matter? I can't find it. Wait, was that him or... Oh, no, that was me. It's fine. We're good. Everything's fine. That was me who doesn't know what to do, not him. He still knows what to do. We're good. We're good. I'm not cooked yet. I can't find anything. I can't find a clear discrepancy ever. Anywhere. I'm done for. I can't win this trial. No, 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 no. Listen, the first thing to do is calm down. You can't expect witness statements to be full of holes every time, So just take your time and try to tease more information out of them first. What do you mean, You can choose to either press or present against each of the witness statements. If a witness is saying something you're suspicious about, press him on the cue. With a little luck, you may get more details, which could prove to be crucial. Right, I see, Alright, yeah, I'll do that. The important point is, there's no sense in holding back, If anything even slightly jars with you, press the witness on it, and press them hard. Alright, got it, Thanks, babe. I'll press them like blocks of tofu.
The professor wasn't alone in the restaurant, I'm sure of it. And one way or another, this cross-examination's gonna prove I'm right. It's time to press them for all they're worth. My fate depends on it. Okay, I'm gonna press him on his search. I don't need to press on that. I don't feel like I need to. Visual search of the premises at the time. I'm gonna press on that one. Yes. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there. Objection! As you have been pains to point out time and time again, I feel I'm growing callous in my ears. And yet, no one else appears to have caught even a glimpse of this woman. Ugh. If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 p.m. when it happened. The quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. I know, of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly, 2 p.m. is neither here nor there in terms of times to eat. Why is this the point that we're focusing on? I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day, and why he was alone. Yes, Your Excellency, there was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. Ooh. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hata Clinic? Oh my god, Hata Clinic? Wow, it dates back to all this. It dates back to this? That's crazy. If you don't know, there's a Hottie Clinic in the second Phoenix Wright game. That's crazy. Great reference. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 p.m. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. I wonder... What do you think, Risque? I think it needs to be submitted to the court record. It's hard to see how it could be related, really. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted to as evidence or not? Ask for it! Yeah, hell yeah! Yes! Add it to the court record! If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? Relevance. The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Well, then there's no harm in adding it, is there? Not to mention, the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern. They are of concern. Objection! I like how he gets scared whenever he bangs the table. Whether or not they are of concern is up for us to decide. We have right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well, the court will grant the defense's request. Youngsters these days forever asserting their rights! It's the most disturbing trend. Oh, and it doesn't stop. Neither does your point of view, Alchie. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. Hell yeah. Alright, let's see that. Let me take a look. We need new clues! I didn't read that. I wanted to look at the court record. I pressed the wrong button. Let's take a look. Oh, I can't examine it all. Having rights, a disturbing trend. I know! Who would want rights? Rights are overrated. Rights. Right! Phoenix Wright! Oh my god, it's a reference! We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you'd like, But it's the day after the festival... But it's the day after the festival already for you! Or perhaps you'd forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Korakura-san. Alright. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. How do you know that? You were looking for your coin! So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I place you in. You hesitated. So the testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there's only a single beef steak on the victim's table. A meal for one. Yeah, that is the question. What is the deal with that woman? No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. It feels unlikely. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Look at the baby! What did the baby see? Have the baby testify. Baby, what did you see? Fuck, I'm guilty. No other explanation? Are you sure? Are you sure there's no other explanation? Why aren't you telling the truth? That's not how you do an objection. What did you say, correct? I clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it's not just a case of these two witnesses alone. Sorry? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right! Precisely! In other words, you are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Let me look at the back of that business card. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. I gave him such an annoying voice. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, you mean this? The voice acting is elite level, thank you. Actually, let me look at that. What is this? Yes, medical report. Oh, you're gonna look at it further. Yes, you do that. Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence. So perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Woo! This is what I've been waiting for. How exactly? You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. Those are the ones you may examine. Press space and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use the arrow keys. Ooh, okay. Yes, this is what I've been waiting for! To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. By using WASD, you
You can move that. If I had a nickel for every time the voice actors put at the end of their sentences. I'm sorry. I know it's a little annoying, but it's a speech impediment. I can't control it. You can move the crosshair around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press space to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learnt by examining it in more detail. Alright, I'll see what I can do. Yes. You know, I think it's actually pretty funny. That's good. Alright. This is what I've been waiting for. I'm going back to that business card. Let's see, okay, nothing new there. Okay. Dentist Hada Clinic. Date, Oh, we have Tooties. It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. I can't imagine going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. What? Okay, man. Why? What? Why? Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible-tasting medicine. They give you painful injections. Okay, that I can agree with. I don't like shots. Not good with needles. And then they demand lots of money for you for the privileges when you're at your lowest ebb. You know, actually, he has a point. I gotta hand it to you, man. You got a point. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less. For which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. I can look further into this. Oh. Okay, let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. There's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with a topical anesthesia. So he was at a dentist. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It would seem so. Just before the incident, he had a bad tooth removed. Perhaps they used laughing gas because he's English! He has bad teeth because he's English! Because this was an Englishman, and the English famously have horrible teeth. Oh my god. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can stop you from feeling pain. There's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure till anesthesia effects have passed. Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. It is! That definitely is. Wait a minute. Oh, this is good. This is good. Yeah, I know, because when you have dental procedures, you're not supposed to eat anything after a while. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. So I think it's time to listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Hold on, I want to do something first. Wait. Hold on. I just wanna... Let me... Come on. Let me... Oh wait, no, this isn't what I'm looking for. Where is it? There it is. You! This ain't no waiter! Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosanaga? That's not his name! That's not his name! That's not the name we were given! Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name, that's sort of the point, It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job- wait, was that his name? What was his name? His name was Naru. Wait, no, my name is Naruhodo. My name is Naruhodo. I thought the guy's name was not. Wait, what was his name? I don't remember. I guess that is his name. It's his job title. His job? Oh, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosanaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Palace Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. Oh my god, I'm cooked! But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. They're wielding it somehow here. This is good information. This is very good information. Let me take another look. Yeah. And look at this photo. No, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, so it has the plate in front of him, but he wasn't eating. He couldn't have been eating. That's interesting. That's very interesting. Okay. Dining all by himself. No, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. No. Objection! Objection! What's the button? Objection! There's no objection. I say yes. Yes! Well, I think, what, you wittering lad? Call yourself a lawyer? I wish I could, but first and foremost, here I'm the accused. Ryunosuke, everyone stumbles on the words occasionally, under the circumstances. I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. You're the best boyfriend. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully, you knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, thanks for the advice. Come on, deep breath. Korakuda-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up. Objection! Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. But let's see if I can explain it in words you might understand. It was after 2 p.m. in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. No, it's not, you fucker. But that's, remember, Isuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There is surely no need to prolong this trial further. Objection! The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else besides this pale-faced pupil. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy! Of course I believe it! How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hada Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted? What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating? Just what are you trying to say, Cadet? He had orders not to eat? So what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't! Korakura-san! What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed sometime shortly after 2 p.m., the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No. Additionally, there's more. You have assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. He didn't look at his hand this time. He's gaining confidence. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Ah! Expertly done, partner. Thank you! It's a baby! Objection! What is this nonsense, you little upstarts? These are baseless accusations! Just look at this photographic evidence! You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table. Objection! Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about. Or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? Yeah, you stupid fucker. I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. He makes jokes too. God, he's so perfect. Wouldn't you agree, Ryosuke? Huh? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat, which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who, in fact, was eating the pictured beefsteak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel. Counsel? Oh, yeah, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been, an as yet unknown third party. Obviously, it could only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table. Objection! You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. Yes, I agree. There was no such person. I'm making up bullshit. But there was because I saw her. I'm schizophrenic. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial relentlessly. Kazuma. Are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, counsel. I have no issue with you. He'd just do anything for his boyfriend. Me! What do you mean? I have an issue with them! Those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with the evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out the two of you were deliberately lied when giving your testimony, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Ooh. Yeah, get him! Get him, Kazuma! Complicit in murder? No! Yeah, and your baby, too! Your baby's also gonna be complicit. Negative. There was no mention of this at all in the tactical meeting. I was just following orders. Get the baby! That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they told us. The baby did it. I agree. Wake up! You did it, Kazuma! Kazuma, you did it! Oh. What? What did you just say, Korokura-san? Oh, no! You were just following orders? No, hold on, lad, I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean... you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What? Objection! Objection! What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Your witnesses, you fucker! Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order! Council, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now. You tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this. Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? Well, oh my god. The baby's got his mustache! Oh, poor guy. Let's just stay on this for a little bit. That's classified. Your baby is begging you. Tell the truth, Papa! Papa, tell the truth! Tell the truth! So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening. No, we can't let him go to jail. Who's gonna take care of his baby? He'll be an orphan. He's gonna be adopted by some weird guy dressed as a bat who punches jaywalkers. Rinsuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone of considerable influence. However, I don't believe that Ouchie had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. Was it the waiter? The waiter. Heavy quotes, waiter. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. It was the waiter! We need to name whoever it was that tried to keep the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. We have it! We have the evidence. Evidence that proves whoever really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before, we examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yes, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I've already done it. Don't worry, Kazuma, I'm one step ahead of you. I want answers! If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait! Your Excellency! I had no idea about any of this! I swear to every Shinto god! I knew nothing! What does the defense have to say about all this, well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just gonna have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes to my head. The waiter! Besides the prosecution, the only person of the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is, Satoru Hosonaga! Present! Well, surely that would be... Satoru Hosonaga-san! Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier? Objection! Poppycock! What possible reaction would the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony?
Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have had that level of influence.
For once, I would agree with you. If that is, the man truly were a waiter.
What? If he truly were?
Come around, Ryusuke. It's time to hit the court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence. The waiter's business card.
Yes!
Plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great deal of attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency. That's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card! That's where the telling detail is! The fucking what? Would somebody please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. On the front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession. His true profession. The waiter's profession. But that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. I really fucked up the end there.
What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before?
The Imperial Bureau has immense power, absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses, they're in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen the foreign gentlewoman at the scene?
Well,
What's up, man? How's it going? Inspector Hosonaga! I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. I don't remember what voice I gave him. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake.
So, you mean to say, you really are a detective?
But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? Of course, your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes, there have been a series of incidents at that restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incident at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have heard new information from the two witnesses beside you, that at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Would that be correct? Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As I suspected, Bang! As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, who I'm guessed to be an English woman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the bureau. It was that when I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say, remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. Not my best interest. Not my best interest. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Yeah, I see what he's getting at, though. Without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain one of them studying in the medical facility's research laboratory is a young English woman. Oh, the killer was a student, just not me, except it was me, but we're pinning it on her. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean, when I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss Giselle Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of Yume University's medical facility. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of the lady's presence at the scene, and ordered those witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to your excellency to decide how to deal with the situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a dissertation of our justice system to ignore the truth and giving a ruling at this point.
Objection! But, Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling in order to send the telegraphic report to Great Britain. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions.
Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other influence the proceedings of my courtroom. I like this judge. This is a good judge. Ugh! Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Giselle Brett and escort her to the courtroom with the utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency.
But that means going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau.
As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly, so it won't be a problem. Nothing will get in my way. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student Giselle Brett to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear?
Yes! Your Excellency!
Good, then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. Oh, cool. To be continued. I wasn't expecting the first case to have a to be continued in it. Yeah, I'm saving it. Okay. Ooh. Okay, with that 30-minute recess, we are going to have a 5-minute break, and then we're gonna come back, and then we're gonna make this lady, confess to her crime of shooting John, I think his name was, 5-minute break, get something to eat, get something to drink, do what you need to do. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Alright, here we go. Back to the game. Come on, lady. 22nd of November, 11:38 a.m. Supreme Court, Judicature, Defendants, Antechamber 5. Excellent work, Rinosuke. That was superb. Ugh, my heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. Oh, he noticed everything. I look like such a loser to my boyfriend. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you, Kazuma. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Miss Giselle Brett, a student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I've been trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There's a young woman with him. It's like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman, thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then, on the floor next to Dr. We get it. There was a gun, you picked it up, and now you're in deep shit. I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. Just after I bent down and picked it up. Bang! Didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me looking as white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some small pantry next to... He bundled me into some small pantry next to the kitchen? Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended the suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. I had a feeling it'd be this guy. Professor Mikotoba.
Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say.
Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so that I wouldn't be able to act as lawyer in this trial.
Our modern country is still in its infancy. Our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we needed to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study to Great Britain being cancelled.
Well, makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I really butchered that. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyways. Yes, you shouldn't! Yes! You shouldn't! Why? What are you saying, Kazuma?
So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way.
Kazuma?
Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man.
To me?
Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case.
You mentioned that before. Yeah, he said the same thing earlier this morning. If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim?
Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at Yume. And it was I who invited him.
Oh, I see. I didn't know that beforehand.
Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible.
Let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement in our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide.
Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. But I've no doubt that you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Now then. I need to run an errand at the university at once. There's something I think we may need.
Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Good luck to him! Good luck to me! I'm the one doing the case. Is there a reason why you chose Kazuma-sama? That's my boyfriend, you know. That's my boyfriend, Kazuma. He's mine. Defendant Naruhodo! Court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it. Partner. He's mine. Let's go in there and deal a decisive blow. But before those old fossils know what's hit them. Yeah! Kazuma. What, Thank you, really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed in me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. Because you're more than a friend to me. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up his dream of studying Friend Zone. No, this is just a retelling of the events by historians. And because it's by historians, they're just gonna say friend, but we know what it means. We know it's not a friend. It's kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yumiya Cafeteria on University Street, with an extra large portion, of course. You got it, Kazuma! You got it! 22nd of November, 12:09 p.m., Supreme Court of Judicature, Courtroom number 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena the witness?
Yes, Your Excellency, against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government.
I'm not sorry. No, I'm not. I'm not sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about.
It's highly unlikely that the good retentions we've forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. We still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation flounders. Founders?
Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. You really have nothing to worry about, Ryusuke.
What do you mean?
A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this where our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England?
Shut up! You jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in!
He wiped the sweat. He did the same thing that he does with his fan, but he did it with his hand. Oh, that was cool. I like that.
By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong! Diplomacy has never been more critical! Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures!
I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student, and anyone who could arguably study harder too. but standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing I feel very strongly. A court that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryusuke. Thank you! Despite the wide-eyed look of terror.
You little brats!
Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Giselle Brett.
Yes. Your Excellency!
Swan. Hello. Big ol' swan hat. There's no way anybody could have missed her.
Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land.
Keep it in your pants, Algie. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Judge, you two. Is that true? No idea.
So, could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court?
Of course, Not you! Not you! My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at La Carnival, but my true—
Yes, we know about you already.
Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Yeah, that's because I'm gay as fuck. Sorry, Ryusuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty.
So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please?
That hat could cause neck pain. I feel like it could, yeah. I can't read cursive. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is Giselle Brett. She comes from London, England. She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in Yumei University's medical facility.
Oh my, what a weird treat to hear the ducklet tones of the delightful language of the British people.
They all speak in cursive. All of the British people, they all speak in cursive.
I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was as beautiful as a hummingbird song.
As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Brett. Well, she's obviously understanding what we're saying. 3 days ago, at a restaurant called La Carnival, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? No, he's just translating. She says, yes. That looked a bit longer than yes. This could take some time. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese. That's just Dr. Cursive, just scribbles. It is! She'd like to apologize for disappearing from the scene. She says that it was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting. When you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over to this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your pleasant eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently, it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear that the lady did witness the crime. Yeah, she was sitting right there. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. She did it, officer! Officer, she did it! There's no officers in here. There's no officers in here. Order! Order in the court!
Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have absolutely conclusive witness statement.
Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is.
The woman!
Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Okay, here we go. I have to object in a language that I don't understand. Frightening and sorrowful sight. Okay. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. That's a lie. Then, not long afterwards, the accused took a professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. Well, you're the only one that's saying that. How do I know?
Yes!
No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection! Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at the Snow White Angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh.
You're still making the same mistakes, Rinsuke. Oh, he's disappointed in me! Fuck! You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before, and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. You could definitely fit a gun in that swan. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. I could think of one place she could conceal a firearm. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. It also wasn't a very big gun. Like, it was like about the size of like his hand. Like, that's not very big.
Unless and until the precise location of where the witnesses who have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun, except in your big ol' swan. Those are the witnesses' own words on the matter. Ah, that's ridiculous. If only I was able to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Don't think about doing anything rash or risque. Thank you, Kazuma. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means, this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. Oh, evil bitch, evil bitch. The defense now may cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Here we go. A frightening and sorrowful sight. Dr. Wilson that day. Why? What was the reasoning? After 2 p.m. in fact. It's really quite late lunch, isn't it? Objection! You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late luncheons are en vogue. Isn't that right? No. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which is why we can prove from the medical report card that it was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right, Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is! You know, this entire trial is like Thing Japan, except English, Thing England. It's literally like that thing, but reversed. So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next? Professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only a beefsteak. That makes sense. I don't really think I need to say anything about that. Got into a fierce argument. Let's definitely press about that. I never got into an argument with the professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing the retort at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyways. English is the future. We must all... Supiku? Ingarishu? Oh, he's saying speak English. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how many seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that, was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave. Then not long afterwards, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. Definitely press that one. Yes, I did do that. You're correct. You're absolutely correct. Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point in repeating that assertion over and over. No! Oh, it was directed at me! No, he's disappointed in me. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in that restaurant, you had a gun in your hand.
That is true. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up a gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes, there was someone else much closer to the victim than me at the time, the highly suspicious lady—
Objection! That will do, you dirty, rotten scoundrel!
Dirty? I took a bath this morning.
Your baseless accusations could very well cause an international incident, boy.
It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours.
What nonsense.
The lady is merely stating what she saw. This is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned anyways. Carrying a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit.
Yes!
Yes, you couldn't have, It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it, Absolutely, I verified it personally, You verified it? Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon, I distinctly remember her saying, I'm not, That's it? Then you just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector? No. What the hell? What is this guy doing here besides translating? What is the point of him? Why on earth not?
The Honorable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There's obviously no need for further probing onto the matter.
There most definitely— if I said, oh, I don't have a weapon on me, you would definitely look. But no, the pretty English lady didn't— the pretty English lady said that she didn't have one, so we're all gonna believe her. Yeah, right. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps? Yeah, that's right.
Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts.
In other words, he wants evidence. Ugh. Cursive. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation, but she was in a hurry to give presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not to get her out of there, just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she is only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course.
Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you!
No. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor, at the end of which you shot him, which is an all-in-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling, After all, she's an elegant, refined, young, and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in dull black school uniform, just exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. And the armband. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you, with your thick skin, must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. Only too well. I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. The first thing to do is press her on any of her statements that seemed even slightly off to you. I pressed her on all of them except the first one, No, except for the one of the stake, Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you, I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind her mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination, Okay, I'll just press the one that I haven't pressed yet,
Yes!
Yes, that is what happened. He was unable to eat, you say,
And that was because he just had a tooth removed at the Hara Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean, that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Exactly as it was left. Dear me, what a harrowing experience! To have traveled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic accident. Oh, my throat really hurts right now. Alchie's voice is a real ouchie for my throat. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all. That's right, other than some carbonated water. Just water. Yes, the professor was... There should have been another glass. Then there should have been another glass. The professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appeared that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. Glass of water each! There should have been another glass. Oh, I have something to object. They each raised a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Rizke, about the witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, There should have been another glass! Ryanosuke, you fool! The significance of that statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness' last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett, kindly repeat what you said to be added to your official testimony. Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm gonna remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Rizke. He's disappointed in me! Yes. That's it. Yes! I'm so fucking disgusted. What the hell was that face? He looked like, did you hear this shit? What the hell was that face? What was that? That's it. Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print, Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene, that it was exactly as it was left, That is correct, the lady says, Well, it's odd. It's very odd, Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself, Rinsuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously, it's the cheers! The cheers? Miss Britt just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water, But if that's true, there should be 2 glasses on the table, not one, Oh! You're quite right, counsel. There's only 1 glass pictured here. Objection! Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minute? What the fuck was that word? What possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case? Objection! Minute. I'm assuming this is minute. Minute, you say? Could it be that the detective here removed a glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. Then who did remove it? But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try and tell me that you can clink with only one? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact that I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious! Sorry. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that the student had just murdered this lady's luncheon companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? But where did she put the glass? Where did she put the glass? If she was able to hide a glass without anybody noticing, then she would have been able to hide a gun. That's absurd. Oh, really? So do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable, young, beautiful woman of mischief? What? Yes, I am. She has committed mischief. No, this can't be put down to mischief. Sorry, yes, no, murder. That's the word we're looking for, not mischief, murder. I'd like to know, exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene, Ouchie trying to impress her so bad. He really is. He really is. Okay, my chat is not working. Why is it not working? It should really be working. It has everything that it needs to work, but it's not for some reason. I don't know why. It would seem that she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. She had a handbag! You're telling me she couldn't put a gun in that? She most definitely could. So the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. This student has been trying to confess to the court with logical reasoning, but in the end, it comes to nothing. I do really like that animation with the fan that he does. No more pretentious accusations. You have wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. No, wait a minute. No, it does. Counsel for the defense, are you in agreement? No. Well, I don't know, really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show it has some deeper significance. Yeah, you're right. So she took a glass away in her handbag. If there's a deeper significance here, it's, the handbag! Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Let me see, a little while ago, Miss Brett stated the following, there are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag! In which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right,
Well done, partner. Thank you, babe! Thank you! I had a feeling you'd pick up on that, too.
What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard?
It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. Okay, well, wait, where did the gun I pick up come from? Did she have two?
You can't seriously be suggesting,
Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? He didn't. No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag.
No!
Order!
What is the meaning of this, Inspector?
The meaning of what, Prosecutor Algie?
Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations.
Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Oh, what a sorry situation, Clearly you have no faith in the police. No, I do not. Next question. As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because, it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. You're welcome! I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. The photographic print, It's Mesh! What the hell is on his hand? It looks like a bowl. That was on the other photos, wasn't it? A print of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag. Well, I never. You can see straight through. You can see right through to what's inside. Excuse me. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are in the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly. So there's no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. It's in the hat! It's in the hat! Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Oh, right up against the wall. Order! Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. Okay, let me take a look-see at that. I gotta take a look-see. Hold on. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 sec at all these photos. Okay, so the handbag. Yes, bull thing on his hand. And if we look at this photo, at that same bull there, it's an indentation. But why would he have that on his hand? Because he wasn't, because, you know, it could, if he was eating, then it could be like, oh, he was resting his hand on the plate, because he was right-handed, and he was, like, using the knife in his right hand, and that's where that mark came from, but he wasn't eating, he was sitting at the table, so why is that there? Take another look-see. And he's sitting at the chair with the steak, even though he shouldn't have been eating that. So what's the big idea? I think you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness counsel. The court has now been shown considerable evidence, as the photographic print has just now entered the court's record appears to have no further significance. I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Indeed, there's only one logical conclusion. That this pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around, I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. Kazuma? 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 Sorry, Risque. No, I'm cooked! I'm cooked! I'm cooked! Kazuma doesn't know what to do! Kazuma doesn't know what to do! Oh, God, no! Shit, Kazuma's my fucking rock! If Kazuma doesn't know what to do, then what am I gonna do? No! Oh my god, I actually have no idea. I actually don't know. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean, this is it? I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weaker beat, while the strong eat. The weaker meet while the strong eat. You are wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. God, I hate this guy, but I really like that animation. In fact, you can chew onto your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime that I didn't commit? And Kazuma. Kazuma! His dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest, which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. There is something about that photograph, the fucking mark on his hand. Very well, I now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we'll be able to report the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunsuke Naruhodo, having considered... Yes! An objection would have been better, I think. Wait, Your Excellency! Rinsuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet. Objection! This amateur is just getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom. Yes, it is, but... Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now that means if there was a problem with the evidence, some significant detail I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. Objection! This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag and the gentlewoman was carrying on the day of question. There can be no problem with this evidence. There is a problem. It's not with the bag. You'd better know what you're doing, Rinsuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has now undergone this court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Ha! My thoughts exactly! Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. And that's what I'm gonna do. All 10 of them. All on that thing. All on that evidence.
What?
Wait, what did he say? What did he say? Very well, I grant the defense one final opportunity, but be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. Do I make myself clear? Yes, you do. Yes, Your Excellency. So, take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosanaga submitted before. You will identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. Right here.
Yes!
Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description.
Objection! Objection! Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist. Clearly, this has nothing to do whatsoever with the magnificent lady's handbag.
This isn't about the handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed that when he was performing the post-mortem examination, it was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. How's the Japanese court ruling going? It's, you know, we almost got declared guilty. We were like this close. This fucking close. But we found the bull burn mark on the wrist of the dude. And we're turning it around. I will be innocent. And this lady with the big swan on her head is gonna be guilty.
What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea what the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either.
No, we do know. We do know! The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Alchi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. I understood all of that. Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has had a lunch appointment with the dean and other university staff. She's trying to tail it out of here. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now.
Oh, of course, dear lady. We shan't hold you up any longer. Shut the hell up, Algie. Shut the hell up. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyways.
What's your thinking on this, Runescape? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with this case? I do. To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging, in the hope that I might uncover something useful. How was that death dating game, considering adding it to my mortality game list? How was that death dating game? You're talking about, let me see. I forgot what the name of it was, but I know it's my, Oh, Date with Death, that's literally what it's called. It was pretty good, I liked it. I didn't play the DLC or anything because it's not my cup of tea, but, you know, if you're into that sort of thing, then you'll probably like it. Yes, you're right, I am? If we could just link that burn to the case, if we could do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again.
Just give it up, Counsel. You can't possibly hope to do that.
Indeed. I'm afraid that without evidence, I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence, evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. We have evidence. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the color draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? Have to find some link between that burn and the case.
Come on, deep breath, you can do this, man. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable connection between the victim's burn and this trial. It's right here.
Yes!
What's this, counsel? Yet another print? Yes, Your Excellency. I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, the things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, rookie. What are you trying to say? Oh, I love that animation so much. I love that animation so much. I keep bringing it up every time I see it, but it is a really good animation. To inconvenience this poor lady any further would really be quite inexcusable. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
Objection! You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What in this photograph explains the reason for the victim's burn? Very hot plate. Yes. The beefsteak. Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate. Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of La Carnival. This emblem on the plate, and the victim's burn, are exactly the same shape. Risque, you genius! You're spot on. Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
Objection! But even if that is the case, we can't know if it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before, or the day before that. It most likely happened some other unrelated time. Well, he's got you there.
Objection!
Objection! Sadly, Prosecutor Alchia, the chances of that are extremely slim. Thanks. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. There was no mild burn, that's for sure. Can you be more specific, Inspector? Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. 3 seconds? Yeah, when you get burned, you're gonna... You take your hand off immediately. You're not leaving your hand there. For 3 seconds is crazy. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of La Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! Yeah, but he was being a waiter.
Yes!
Yes! There you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain, There's no question of that, And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. That's right, And the strange thing is, on the day he was shot, I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting, Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day,
That would go beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant, the old antiques dealer, all three of us, without any question, would have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Algie?
Well, yes, I suppose.
So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? Because he was already dead. I almost don't believe it, Ms. Gay. Do you think, can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but I'm starting to think that maybe, we've been led into a terrible trap, There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson, was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible, apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting, Yes, it's only possible, if the man was already dead.
Already?
Dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead.
That's madness!
Order, please, counsel! Explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot.
That's right! That's absolutely right, Your Excellency! This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student, but clearly he has no grasp on the facts!
Objection! No, Prosecutor Algie, it's you who has no grasp of the facts.
I beg your pardon?
As soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Or have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. Neither did I. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your Lentian engagement,
But, Your Excellency!
The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I am prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Here we go. She smiled. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially, if it helps relations between my country and yours.
Miss Brett, you speak Japanese?
Well, of course I do. I am studying in your country, after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking in your vulgar tones as much as possible. What do you think happened? Okay, I think that... Oh, I didn't see that message till now, so I don't know when you asked that. I think what probably happened, because he was at his tooth extraction. Let me look at the court record. Come on, court record. I can't look at the court record. Okay, we don't get the court record, but he had his tooth extracted, and during it they used anesthesia. And I know if anesthesia is really tricky. That's why anesthesiologists are paid so much. Because if they make even like the slightest bit of mistake, then that person's gonna die. Like keeping a person between being dead or alive, like that's hard to do. And so, I assume... God, what? I think it probably has something to do with the doctor's appointment. No, but he was shot. He would die from a... But they didn't do an autopsy. They just did an examination. But they didn't... Yeah, they did an examination. So they wouldn't have been able to pick up if he was killed by any chemicals or anything. So, the gunshot, she probably shot him, in the restaurant. That's when the gunshot was heard. But he was not killed by a gunshot. And he probably died when he was getting his tooth extracted. No, but they used anesthesia. They were using the term laughing gas and anesthesia interchangeably, and I'm not sure if they could do that. I don't really know much about the topic, I'm gonna be honest. Because laughing gas implies that he was still conscious. Anesthesia implies that he was unconscious. That's how my brain's working through this anyways. And so I'm a little confused, but definitely I think he was killed beforehand, and the gunshot was not actually what killed him. Oh, they state what sleep gas wasn't invented in this area. No, but they did use anesthesia. It was, hold on, let me get to the court record, because I'm pretty sure it's in the court record. But it seems that the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of an English gentleman. Okay, here we go. Okay, it's not in here, but they mentioned that he used anesthesia. Merely a record of some kind of medical treatment. Entry for the day of the professor was killed. Extraction with the use of anesthesia. Extraction with the use of anesthesia, okay? I'm not wrong here. They used anesthesia. Extraction, he had a tooth out, went for lunch. Dr. Wilson had to have a decayed tooth removed. Probably used laughing gas. Nice medical advancement in the West. Sleep gas. So, it was laughing gas. He was not unconscious. They used the term anesthesia, but it meant something different. They meant something different at this time. Not being able to feel pain, though. So, yeah, that does imply that he was awake during it. He definitely, because he got signed off by his dentist, so he went to the appointment. He did go to the appointment, so whatever happened, it happened after the appointment, or during the appointment, and this is a cover-up. But why are the police involved? Why did the police care so much? I mean, besides the fact that she's English, that might be the entire reason, actually. It might just be because she's English. So I can see that I shall have to lower myself to communicating with you on your own level, well, you're the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honored by this lavish consideration that you so graciously afford us. Laughing gas for a tooth extraction sounds counterproductive. Okay, yeah, my chat is just not working. Why is it doing that? Laughing gas for a tooth extraction sounds counterproductive. Yeah, I don't know. I've had a tooth removed before, and I didn't need laughing gas. But maybe it was different because his tooth was so decayed. I don't know. Because, like, when that happened, when I got my tooth removed, I was in elementary school when I had that tooth removed, so if I didn't need laughing gas with my low pain tolerance, then he probably didn't need that either. This was also this era of time, so I don't know. I see you. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryusuke. Alright, here we go. The victim's death. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast.
As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please, do show me. But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways. Well, she's just said how he died. It was something that couldn't have been picked up. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. Easy does it. I hope this is the last time I'll have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming language. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It's a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking of your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Wait, was that a prayer then?
You'll find this game is an extensive study in professional racism. Yeah, no, it sounds like it. It sounds like it. Well, you have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. Not at all. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. At first saw you, I thought you had one of them evil personas, but good thing you're not. Gosh dang it, autocorrect. Yeah, okay, I did not really guess. I didn't know what you meant by that at all. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with witness testimony, I'll be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Slap! Yes, Your Excellency, then you may proceed with the cross-examination. See, Phoenix never hit that move. Nah, he didn't. He didn't hit that move. He did get coffee thrown on him. He got whipped. He got hit by a car. He fell off of a burning bridge. What else? What else? What else? There's a lot more. Oh, he got held at gunpoint by a foreign nation. That did happen. Phoenix has been through a lot. Okay. Let me look at the history. Okay, I'm allowed. I think I am allowed to press. No idea. Okay. Raise our glasses in a toast. Or have I heard the postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death? Press. I'm pressing that. And tased, don't forget. You're so right. He was tased. I completely forgot about that. Von Karma. Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes, luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us, And as there are no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, it can only have been the bullet from your gun that put an end to the innocent man's life, But it doesn't make sense, The burn must have happened straight away, when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter, Yes, that's true, If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that, And if the victim burned his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought over from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point, Objection! And yet the fact that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest, until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time! I concur. Prosecutor Alchi is right,
Some other way means like, okay, I'm definitely pressing this. 100% pressing that. Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot, or strangled, or stabbed, or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? As I've said, I've always aimed for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces of all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. Poison! If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone how exactly you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thought, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. On my honor, I, Takatsushi Ouchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspirations. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. We need some evidence to back us up here. We do. Yes, evidence. Okay, I need to press on more things just purely to get evidence. That is definitely what I need to present on. I don't have the evidence to present on it yet, though. Okay, that's the statement I need to press on, not press, How's it death besides the gunshots? When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I weighs— Oh! Wait, what? Okay. It couldn't he had to have died in the restaurant, because he had to have died in the restaurant because there's no way that she would have been able to, you know, drag a dead body into the restaurant, place him in a chair without anybody noticing something weird. So he must have died in the restaurant. He must have, And so, then the question is, you know, how did he die? When she grabbed the glass to try and hide her being there, she grabbed his glass, not her own. She grabbed his glass. The waiter brought the steak, then they toasted the glasses. That was right after the steak was brought, means that this is right when, this was right when he would have had to burn himself. The poison was in the glass. She poisoned the glass.
Yes.
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? It's carbonated water and not actual water, so that it would be harder to see. It would be harder to see any trace of the poison in carbonated water. Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at the time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although, whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that, Damn you. I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of others in this court, it means bless you. No, it doesn't. I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway. Okay. I'm gonna press that. But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't not have noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours have been wide open? You can't not have noticed, can you? Huh? What? Ah! What fun! You hadn't realized. The
dear lady is absolutely right! As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ritsuke! No! No! I've embarrassed my boyfriend, shit! Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honorable silence over a Vogel screen. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? Oh yes, I think my tiny brain can. Yes! Well, I can't. Anyway. Okay. Okay, I do have the evidence. I think, I have to present the photo of the bag. I think that's what it's gotta be.
Yes!
Shit! Shit! Fun fact, repeating the press that makes it seem like Grino prefers it that way. Really? Oh, okay. No, I'm glad I got that wrong then, because I gotta see that. Yeah, I got it wrong. I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a fucking idiot and I deserve to be in jail forever. I understand. Don't worry. I get it. I gotta... Come on, I gotta see that.
Yes!
Yes, yeah. Think so? Let me ask you something. Fun, you hadn't realized. It's your friend. Why didn't you tell me? That didn't change anything. You right earlier. You have the proof. There's other ways to kill without a trace.
Yes!
Or does it just not count as repeating it since I already did something else? Oh wait, I was trying to press the arrow, but I just kept clicking forward. Other ways to kill without a trace. She brushed up the glass and she stuffed it down his throat. No, that would definitely leave a trace. Oh, don't worry, it's nothing. Okay, choking? Did he choke? Did he choke? That's not what I meant to press, Let me fucking... Yeah. I don't want to present anything, I just gotta... Did he choke? Oh God. Let me look at the court record. Hold on. Did he choke? That's the only other way I can think. Okay, I'm gonna try the photo of the steak, or I haven't really used this one. Okay, so he's sitting on the side with the... He's sitting on the side with the steak, which... He had his hand on the steak, who's dead. So if the steak was in front of her, he wouldn't have been able to reach his hand over for that, which means the steak must have been in front of him. Did he eat something anyways? That's the only thing I can think of.
Yes!
Did that wrong, did that wrong, did that wrong. That was wrong, that was wrong. is that the wrong photo? Okay, poison, choking. I'm looking at this I'm looking back at this court record. Okay, this isn't any help. It's not the bullet wound. It wasn't poison, I guess. Fork, bottle, ACA, waiter's business card. This plan of the restaurant raises a number of questions, I think. Definitely. It's supposed to show the relative position of everything in the moments following the incident, but there's nothing to show the woman you say you saw there. Okay, well, this is something I was supposed to look at earlier, I guess. It says kitchen up there. Okay, yes, whatever. You're a fucking idiot. Okay, that didn't help at all. Okay, so this... The only thing that was important here was that this isn't anything relevant. This is not relevant, this is not relevant, this is not relevant. This was obviously not relevant, I guess. Medical report. I mean, this is the only thing that I haven't, really presented that feels relevant. And I already tried presenting the handbag. I don't know. I feel like I'm presenting on the wrong thing. I'm sorry. Okay, so... Pressing? I thought I pressed everything. Okay, I'll try again. I'm gonna press everything one more time in order. Okay, I already we know I pressed that. Did I press this? Actually, I'm not sure if I pressed this. Press that. As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water okay, I remember this. Drank water at the time if you remember. Which explains why he ordered- wait, no, did I? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Okay, no, I remember this. Whether or not the professor drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table, I'm afraid I don't remember that. Damn you. Yes. You don't understand English, I get it. Postmortem report showed no other possible cause of death besides the gunshot. Press. Yes, written here in the paperwork. Yes. I remember this. Objection!
Yes.
Without leaving a trace. Okay, I didn't press that, so that's what I needed to press. Okay. If someone is no, I did do this. Yeah. See, probably wouldn't pick up on it anyways.
Yes.
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. But in this country, you investigate once, and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right! La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the investigation. And the incident, exactly, which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try and preserve the crime scene. I am trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? Haha, a killer blow! The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Prosecutor Alchie is finally starting to see sense. New mechanic time. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Rizke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony, or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in our armor. Kazuma. What, Rizke? There is one thing I noticed, something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean, about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hasanaga. The detective, yes, he seemed to react a little strange. That's what that bubble was, because I was looking at that, I was like, what the fuck is that, That's what that was, He seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement, I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe, Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time, if you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, let's see what we can get out of the detective, Alright then, wonder what Kazuma's thinking, I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again, Alright,
Yes!
Yes, we would not pick up on it, Hey, Yes, yes.
Wait.
Okay, yeah. Yes, there it is again, the detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why, Until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter, But things are very different now, For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say, This could be a golden opportunity, What do you mean, When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip, However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down, You're right, look at him, he's lost in his own thoughts, It's time, to pursue the man in his train of thought, Sorry, pursue? No, you can't pursue him! You're pursuing me! You're my boyfriend, not his! Come on! Cheating on me already? I'll explain how to do it now, Insuke. It's to do with the witness marker. What marker? At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement, But by moving the marker left and right with AD, you can turn your attention to other people in the stand, While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with space, You can catch the person at the right time, you might uncover some new information or pursue, If you ever notice a strange atmosphere amongst the people on the stand, take a good look around, Alright then, so first I should move the marker across with AD and focus on the detective, Then pursue him with space and see what's on his mind, Here we go,
Wait.
Come on. D!
Oh. There we go, pursue,
Excuse me.
Yeah! What's the meaning of this, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you, He really was lost in his thoughts deeply, It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please, Sheriff the Court, Objection! What is the meaning of this? God, that's a cool animation, too, It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault of her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately! Oh, is that how it works, Absolutely not, The detective in the stand, which makes him a valid witness, Yes, not to mention the fact that he's intimately involved in the case, Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes, if you don't mind. I would like to speak. The lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you really mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. A crime scene thief? Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example, Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water I took to the victim's table on the day in question, And yes, it's lost all its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now, but it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says, Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it, One day our police force will be among the best in the world, The time is coming, I guarantee it, God. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment, The court will accept a glass bottle of water as evidence, Okay, Miss Brett, can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank on the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question.
Unwise crab, should you know drink from the bottle for science?
No, I'm not drinking from the bottle. Who do you think he is? You think he's Phoenix, right? Going to eat the bottle with the poison in it? No, he's not gonna do that. No. Here's from the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his fervor. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. Then go to France and ask. You could just say you don't know. So this carbonated water is the last drink Dr. Wilson ever had. It looks like there's a little left in the bottle, although it's just plain water now. You know, I've been sweating so much, I'm absolutely parched.
No, 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 you're not Phoenix, right? You can't be doing that. No, no, don't drink from the bottle. I just said you weren't going to. No, Rinsuke, you can't do that. Oh my god, for one thing, that's evidence. You can't go drinking evidence. Oh no, you're right. We don't know what might be inside, do we? You never cease to amaze me, Rinsuke, in more ways than one. I wonder, could there be anything in this water? What's the matter? You've gone quiet all of a sudden. I think I might have just worked something out. An interesting possibility. God, Rinse, you fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. Okay, present. There it is! What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Poison? On the day of his death, we know that Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? He's shocked. He's absolutely shocked. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? So I was on the right train of thought, I just didn't have the right evidence for it. Order! 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 And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person who could have possibly done it. Giselle Brett, it was you!
Objection!
Objection! This is outrageous! To suggest such things about a scrap of evidence! You little rookie imbecile! Have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardize the entire treaty?
Objection!
Objection!
This is not a police arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime.
What?
The fact that this woman is a British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. Ahem, if I may.
I will silence you forever if this disgrace—
It is you who should be silent.
Of course. Dear lady!
Where did that come from? She just snapped. Shut up! I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady. To what are you referring? I describe your police force as inferior, but no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particularly point thoroughly, I believe. This bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time because it wasn't in the bottle, it was in the glass. I don't believe it. Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And? What did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No. No! I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You have successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you.
But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours.
Not mine. I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned.
He was poisoned. It was in the glass that she took.
Thank you, Counsel. I think that the cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. I'm done for. The glass! The court wishes to apologize for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no, I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before the proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defense. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? Kazuma? Kazuma? Come on, Kazuma! Kazuma! Kazuma, please! Shit! Now I'm cooked! I'm cooked! Kazuma doesn't know what to do! He's the smartest of us all, and he has no idea what to do! Except I'm here. I'm here, and I know what it is. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Hold it! Who was that? Wait, who was that? It was her! Hi! Oh, right! I forgot! That guy! What was his name? He told her to get something. Please wait! Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package, wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. I thought this first case would be short. To be continued again? Save your current progress, yeah. Okay, I didn't want to leave the first trial like this, but, like, I assumed that this was gonna be, like Larry's case, or Birdie, or what was his name, Maggie Bird's case, and whatever the third one was, but... yeah, no, I'm gonna have to leave it here. I'm gonna have to leave it here. Can't go on any further. Unfortunately, we're gonna have to end this trial here. And... God, on Saturday, we're gonna be finishing up, the Deltarune series, maybe. On Monday, we're gonna be doing something else, because it's, you know, Monday, it's the 1 year, it's the 1 year anniversary of the first stream I did, so I'm gonna be doing something special then. So, next Saturday, it would seem, is when I'll be able to come back to this. It's a fun game so far, I like it, I really like this. This is good, I like the characters, especially Kazuma. Kazuma's my boy, that's my man right there, Kazuma is, yeah, okay. Yeah, that'll be the stream. Thank you so much for watching. We'll be back to this in, like, a week and a half. Bye-bye!